Hello everyone, welcome here. Today we are going to be trying out the sailing beta. Let's just do World War 10. Should be good enough. Take a second or two for the client to update. Okay. Most of these are ugly. Let's find a decent basic one. I think that's the one I have in the UIM. Although honestly, I don't really like it. We'll just go with the basics. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Okay, and this is to make sure we're using the right renderer, which I already swapped to. Because the HD renderer and the standard renderer don't work for sailing for some reason. Okay. We gained a whole shit ton of levels. Sure, let's just go ahead and follow through their little guided bullshit. Okay, they want us to complete the Pandemonium quest. Alright, sure. Oh, we can just skip this task we want. I see. And now we get messages about all of the levels they gave us. I'm just going to spacebar through because I don't care. Yeah, they set a lot of our levels to 30. Alright. Start the Pandemonium quest? Sure. So this quest is a requirement for playing the beta. Or not playing the... to use the sailing skill at all. Okay. And open that up a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna go salvage a shipwreck, apparently. now. Let's just follow the main channel down until we reach the wreck. Apparently there are short here. Ramming spade. Okay, not really. Okay, deploy the hook. Gather an old cup and a mysterious medallion. And then we get shoved overboard. Not very nice of them. And we have to talk to Steve Beanie, who's not somebody I want to talk to, so I'm just going to hold spacebar through this because he's annoying. Alright. Let's see, who do we need to talk to next? I probably should have paid a little bit of attention to him. Nah. Talk to the port master. What is this? Okay. That must be some kind of testing quest that was left in. Okay, so I need to speak to Ribs. I really don't like this place. It annoys me greatly. The sooner we can get off the pandemonium, the happier I'll be. Who do you want us to talk to? Steve. Okay, is Steve in here or is he somewhere else? Oh, he means this guy. Okay. Speak with Junior Jim in the docks. Is this guy here? Good thing they don't have any Z fighting or anything happening in this game. I think that workbench is a temporary thing. Wait, what? Was that not actually the end of this stupid conversation with this idiot? It wasn't. I thought I had gone all the way through the conversation, but apparently not. Yeah, I got to the part where he told me to go speak to Junior Jim. And apparently that was not actually the end of the conversation. We had to go through one last step. Okay, so we need to pick up cargo from Sarah and bring it back. Okay, we need a cargo hold. Alright. Now, we need to go to Port Sarum and speak to the port master there. Let's see. Port Sarum is north of us, due north of us. This is not exactly a speed demon. Not exactly a speed demon. Oh, level 2 sailing. If I have to listen to Sea Shanty 2 the entire time, I'm going to go nuts. Unfortunately, nothing else is unlocked. Okay. Believe that's all the cargo we needed. Yeah, okay. So one of the big new additions for this beta versus the alpha we played earlier is that there are crew members now. We're definitely going to want to try those out. Alright. Talk to the port master. And yes, we just do it at the ledger table. Level 3 sailing. Yay! Alright. Now. Organize our inventory a little bit. Now, I suppose we need to acquire a bit of sailing skill. Wait, did we not complete that quest? No, we did not. Yeah, we will talk to the annoying, amazing, annoying Steve. Alright. And apparently we can already recruit our first crewmate. I wonder if the skill guide tells us anything about him. Jobless Jim from Port Sarum. Alright, let's go to Port Sarum and see if we can acquire our first crewmate. I think we need like level 10 or something before we can get the next size of boat. Something like that anyway. Anyway. Let's go ahead and turn around completely. I want to chart this wreck if I can. Sailing level 12 to chart that. Okay, well that's annoying. How much area have they bothered to give us this time? Still the same area, or are they giving us more? There's a barrier. Is there any barrier the other way? I sure don't see one. Once you get a better boat, we might have to try sailing that way and see where the barrier is. Okay. It looks like we are allowed access to this building, so I'm guessing that's probably where Jobless Jim indeed is in there. Okay, we have a new crew member. Yay! About anything else? Alright. Crew having been recruited. Let's take a look at the notice board. What are you? Cargo to the Pandemonium? Sure, why not? Oh yeah, that's right. Swap left click to board previous. Okay. I wonder if I can sail through here. I remember in the Sailing Alpha, you could sail farther up the River Lum with the raft than you could with the actual ship. Or boat, I guess it would be more. Definitely can sail through there. There's level 9. Hopefully this task gets us to level 10. Okay. Dump the cargo. Get paid. That was actually pitiful. We would have got paid more if we just had wandered around. Okay. Cargo from Port Sarim to Pandemonium. Cargo from Port Sarim to Pandemonium. Wait, this is Pandemonium to Sarim, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. All those tasks aren't all that interesting. How much XP do we need to get to the next level? Not too much. We'll sail around for a little bit. Actually, let's see if we can chart this wreck. Yes, we can. Nice. I think that's a spot where we can use the current duck or whatever. That, however, sounds boring, so how'd we ever do that? Alright. Let's just stay out of the storm. I don't think we'll be able to sail south of here any farther. There we go. Failing level 10. We'll see if we can upgrade our boat. Alright, now. We lack the coins. Pretty sure we can get free coins around here. One moment, please. Where was that bank chest I saw? I swear there was one right here somewhere. Well, why don't I just look at the map? Oh, there's a bank crab over there. I see. And there's nothing there. Okay. There we go. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from getting a max cash stack. Although I'd have to click a lot. Like a lot. I think that'll be enough for now. Okay. I would like to buy a basic small boat. And I would like to customize said boat. The Ceradoman Crow, apparently. Unlikely we'll be able to do much to upgrade the boat hull at this point. Go aboard and see what facilities we can install at level 10. Huh. You have a range on board your ship? Okay. That would be useful for fishing. Teleport focus? Oh. That's handy. Okay. A greater teleport focus. Lets you both teleport to your boat and your boat to you. Now that sounds amazing. Also some other weird stuff here. So the dragon cannon's only level 30? Okay. Ugh. Okay. Okay, let's take a couple of nails and some planks. Did that give us construction XP to build that? Interesting, I suppose. Okay. Oh wait, wrong boat. There. Now. There, now we can walk around aboard our ship without having to actually steer. Although we still have to give orders as to where we want it to go. Wonder if we could catch that impling over the water. Well, probably couldn't with Hunter level 1 anyway, but... So we gain a fraction of the normal XP because of the crew doing it. There's the mouth of the River Lum. Level 11 sailing. Okay. Yeah, instead of the 35 XP or whatever we'd be receiving for trimming the sails, we're only getting 20. Which means we probably should be directing the ship ourselves. Okay. Grab what equipment we can grab. Yeah, they didn't change a single thing about this. I don't really like the way these charting mechanics work. Use your spyglass to get a good view of the wizard's tower, and then they give us a view looking down on the wizard's tower. Are we suddenly able to fly? Ridiculous. Anyway. Back here, you damn duck. Oh, okay. Apparently, trimming the sails on this thing is 40 XP, not 35. That's important and useful to know. Very nice. People fighting the sharks. They might want to fix that bug. Our crew member was doing push-ups, but he was standing on the side of the boat facing outward. And so he was doing push-ups off the edge of the ship. And now dock at Remington. Use bronze cannons, bronze salvaging hooks, and salvage from small shipwrecks. Let's go get ourselves a bronze salvaging. Actually, no, wait. Let's check this out. Okay. Handle the Karjama shipyard. I really don't like how you just right click and the boat sets off at full speed, or you left click, I mean, but the boat sets off at full speed after you undock. But any other time when you get off the helm and get back on and then click, it does nothing. Except change your facing. They should make that consistent. So this section of the map is a place that most people have probably never been. Unless they've run a group Iron Man. That's a special group Iron Man only part of Tutorial Island. That you can stay for longer than what you can normally stay on Tutorial Island and do some skilling there apparently. Don't want to sail back up that way again. See, we did that already. Yeah, let's go get ourselves a bronze salvaging hook and do some wreck salvaging. Why not? We might as well. Okay. Bronze salvaging hook. And we might still go ahead and not install a cannon yet. Okay, and a rope. This is going to be a small pain in the butt when the time comes to do this on the UAM. Okay. Congratulations, Jim. You can do the salvaging. Okay, so here we have some various wrecks that have been pre-plundered. All right. Yeah. The highlighting of the grid does not work aboard ship, which is not too surprising. Oh. So I'm not sure what the ratio of player to NPC XP is for this. It looks like you get about half the XP, perhaps. Okay. Well, in that case, Jim, get your lazy ass back to work. I suppose this is what will pass for AFK sailing training. Looks like we're half full. I suppose the other way of AFK training would be to find a very long open area, say along the map edge, and then just sail back and forth, back and forth. Anyway. Missile resistant. Wonder what that means. We can fit up to 5 players in this thing. And 2 NPCs. Who's the second NPC we can get our hands on? At level 16, we can recruit Adventure Ada from an island. Doesn't say which one. Just from an island. At 27, we can recruit Spotter Virginia from the ruins of Unka. Which is, I believe, the place where you set sail for Temperos. Yeah, here. And there is a docking point there nowadays, which is nice. I really hope that they put a dock here behind Narda. Yeah, maybe one by user. That'd be pretty cool. Can you dock at the Void Knight outpost? Yes, you can. That's pretty nice. Teleport to boat. 2 law runes, 2 water runes, 2 earth runes. Okay. Teleport boat to me is the same thing except 1 law rune, 1 earth. Why is it, or 2 law runes, 1 earth, 1 water? Why is it cheaper to teleport a boat to me than me to boat? I mean, aside from the obvious balancing reasons. You know, that's actually going to be a bit of an issue for the UIM. Because I doubt we'll be able to teleport it to the playground house. And I've gotten rid of all of that associated runes from my inventory. Might be worth carrying mud runes. Okay. Let's grab our cargo. How much XP do we get out of this? I don't think it's very much, but let's find out for sure. Iron bars, planks, iron bar, bones, oak log. Grab a bronze keel, use iron cannons, and start the Prying Times quest. Okay. Oh, that's a game setting, isn't it? And it's not on by default for some bizarro reason. Shift click drop. There we go. Oh, buy any of that crap. Okay. Let's go customize our boat a little bit. Go to fancy keel. Wait. It said we could install the bronze keel. We just get it for free? Okay. A little weird. Oh. Okay. Yeah, bronze keel at level 14. Okay. To make the iron tiller. We'll see what, if any, difference that would make. No, the iron tiller is 9. It's 14 construction. Okay. Well, is there anything cool on the notice board? Not really. Do a pair of those tasks. That should get us there and back. Give us a bit of XP, hopefully. I should have the level to chart this wreck now. There we go. Didn't see how much XP that gave us, but it's more than what I got by not doing it. Boats are definitely on the slow side, unfortunately. Okay. Draw all, withdraw, disembark. Deposit the cargo. Thought there was a... Okay, apparently not. I thought there was a way we could load cargo without having to get on the actual boat. Anyway, let's sort the remainder of this loot that we didn't sort last time. Wait. I swear I grabbed that loot. Okay, now I withdrew it all. Alright, somewhere around here. There it is. Salvage station. Yeah. Loot's crap. Not unexpected though. An NPC ship? Interesting. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize they were going to add charter ships that actually sailed around. Yeah, almost level 14 already. 15 already. Go ahead and grab our cargo and ditch it for a little tiny bit of stuff it gives us. Yeah. Now dock at last light. That's nice, I suppose. That gives an absolutely pitiful amount of XP. Yeah. Hopefully they up how much XP you get from that later. Well, I suppose it's fine TM for the really low levels. But also there need to be higher level tasks available. And lower level tasks. Not lower than that, but this board better give you some wildly varying tasks based on what your actual level is. Okay. Have a crewmate deposit cargo to your boat. Let's do those two again. Okay, how exactly do I do this? Go back aboard so you have the UI. That's not helpful.
I have to go with you,
Hmm.
son.
There doesn't seem to be... Unless it's something that is only possible with the higher level cargo hold. Doesn't say what the higher level cargo holds do, but I assume they just hold more. Weird. Oh yeah. Since technically the crate is considered a weapon, you get this truly incredible animation. There. Alright, well. However you're supposed to have your crewmates interact with that, I've not figured it out. I guess we'll see when we get a better cargo hold if that's required. Anyway. I'm not sure what it means by edit crew using the crew register. Oh, I wonder if the having them carry cargo requires you to have more than one box cargo to move. And they'll just move boxes along with you. That's entirely possible. Because I remember from the alpha there were later missions that require you to carry more than one cargo box. And that would get very tedious in a hurry. It would help if I had grabbed the box of cargo. Okay. Go ahead and deposit this. Need 141 XP. That should not be a problem. I'd like to get some improved facilities. But at the same time, well, I suppose I should just go ahead and get a oh, damn it. Forgot to grab my cargo. Again. Get our tiny pittance of XP. Steel cannons, iron salvaging hook. Alright, let's go install those things. I have to go check to see what's required to make them. Eight steel bars. Okay. And then let's grab... Yeah, let's grab the right number. Okay. Now... let's go kill a shark. After we grab... a task for doing so. Mud skipper shark. Bring back 4 shark fins. Okay. me set a target for the cannons. And I don't think we can actually have Gem attack with those. We'll just have to do it ourselves. Which means, congratulations, Gem. You're sailing now. Okay, the sharks over here somewhere, I think. Yep, there they are. Yeah, we need actual cannonballs. Derp. Well, let's go to Port Sarum. I believe we can get some cannonballs there. Guess we'll find out in a minute. Okay. Let's just grab 500 cannonballs. That'll be plenty. And then I think we need to put these in our hold, maybe? Interesting, there'll be different kind of cannonballs now. Wonder if they'll work with the Dwarven cannon. Okay, yeah, we've loaded up the cannonballs. Actually, can I assign him to that cannon now? Nope, he can't operate it. Alright. How are the seas treating me so far? It's okay. They haven't really changed anything much from the alpha. And there's been a few small changes, but for example, you can now attack things with the ship's cannons in a very RuneScape style combat. It is nice that you can sail and shoot at the same time. A swordfish out of that. Got the shark fin we were looking for. There are NPC trader ships, which is cool. Now, that's new. I wonder if you have to keep the shark on that side of the ship to attack it. Yes we do, okay. Okay. We have 2 shark fins and adamant longsword. Just what was this shark eating? There's no reason to sail around during combat except I feel like it. Get off the damn cannon. Here we go. Okay, I believe I have not enough fins. We need 4, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need 4. Okay. There we go. Need at least 3 inventory spaces. A rune medhelm. Okay, that's not the worst money ever. You cannot drop items on the boat as they may wash out to sea. That's kind of the reason I'd like to drop them. I want to get them out of my inventory. So we do get sailing skill. equal to the amount of damage we do, it looks like. So fighting on a ship is a way to train sailing. Not necessarily a good way, but it's a way. Just let me drop the damn swordfish. Okay, can I stick him in my cargo hold? No. I can deposit the shark fins, though. Okay, there we got our 4th shark fin. Alright. Go back and turn these in. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Reward. And claim rewards, Port Master. And now dock your boat at the Isle of Bones, use Mithril Cannon, and build an oak cargo hold. Okay. Wait. I want those. I don't want those. I don't want those or those. I'll keep those for now. I wonder where the second crew member is. Okay, level 16 is where I can get the second one. We could dock at Last Light at level 15. Okay. I bet you that's where they are. Not sure which one's last light though. I think that's the one that has a lighthouse on it. First though, let's see, 18. Yeah, there's nothing new we can install as far as hull and such like. I'm pretty sure with this ship we can sail past Temperos at the cost of taking damage. But anyway, let's sail down that way. Stop in a few islands, see if we can find more crew members. Not that we need them. But maybe we can get a better crew member. They're going to take damage in here. However, so I have these repair kits. Okay. Bizarre monodons, huh? There's the Kazari jungle. Okay, we can't land there. That's probably part of a future quest or something. For the Z fighting. Oh, okay, this is Crash Island. Nope. Did that glow disappear? Oh, it did not. Oh, no, it did. Darn. I think that's one of their new random events. Apparently we can follow those and get some kind of prize. Anyway, Crash Island. It's part of the Monkey Madness 1 quest. And speaking of Monkey Madness 1, here's Ape Atoll. And apparently there's a ship there. Now this way, there's a barrier we can't get through. I really want to go the other direction to see what blocks us there, because I don't see a barrier on that side. Okay, yeah, there's last light. So we want to go due south. Okay, what did I get out of that? I didn't see. Going to guess some sailing XP, but how much? Good question. A sailor for the Red Reef Trading Company. Okay. Whole bunch more quests I'll have to do to get my quest cape. There's level 19, go with the Iron Tiller. That might be useful. I don't know what it does. Hopefully it makes the boat faster. But who knows. I think there was a quest to fix the lighthouse or something. Not actually sure. Alright, welcome to Last Light. And this is very obviously the model from the lighthouse that's up north. But a little more worn down, shall we say. There's a parrot. Although it definitely has less Dagonoths. I suppose that's a plus. Okay. The last light is definitely not... Ability to venture Ada from an island. Could be Dognose Island. Wherever in the hell that is. There it is. Okay, we'll swing by the Great Conch and then go north to the Dognose. Should be easy enough. Also, why is it not playing music? I definitely didn't turn it off. He just decided he didn't want to anymore. Apparently. I don't think we can land on this island. And maybe if we could, I'm not that enthused about actually landing here. But anyway. That's what those things do. So apparently this island's going to be home to a bunch of turtle people. Which... that's definitely not the final port master look. It was just a humanoid with completely pink texture. Man, everything looks so flat without 117 HD. The lighting is... it's not even the texture detail or anything that makes 117 HD, it's purely the lighting. Like, it doesn't change a lot of the textures. It just makes things be lit halfway decently. Now the real question is trimming the sails based entirely on time, or is it based on ship speed? It's it's based entirely on time, then the best way to train, quote, end quote, would be to take your ship, sail to some place where there's a long open area, tell your crew member to take over the tiller, and then just slowly sail back and forth. You wouldn't get a ton of XP, but it would be extremely AFK. Okay. We have acquired crew. More crew. Okay, well at least I have somebody who can shoot. I suppose is nice. Although if you don't stop incessantly complaining about a lack of things to shoot, there we go. Go follow the coast of the desert for a bit. Giving a cool views of where Menaphos will be someday. On the current game, this area is all black. Nothing exists there. And apparently what is there currently is purely placeholder. Which makes sense, because there's supposed to be a city here, not some random ruins and a couple of tents. So probably the quest that will fill this in be added before incredibly long. Oak Hall and adamant cannons. Nice. Anyway, someday we'll get a city there, I'm sure. And this over here is where TOA is. And I strongly suspect we can't go through whatever this barrier is. Start dying of thirst from the sun-baked seas. Okay. So we cannot cross that line. Note to self. So those white wind patches can be used to trigger up to 3 subsequent boosts. I wonder how long they stick around. Okay. I didn't see any kind of barrier on the map. Oh. But I figured you wouldn't be able to go up this way anyway. There was a barrier somewhere in here in the alpha too. So they're not unlocking any new areas of the map to explore compared to that. Wonder what's going on over here. We can't reach it, but I'm glad you're excited about your streak, Treebeard. I would hate for you to be disappointed with it. Yeah. Rip streaks. You better watch out or Survey's going to show up to flex his. Is that a crashed gnome glider? Sure looks like it. Okay. Troubled Tortugans. I think that's the quest that will get you access to Great Conch. But I don't think that's in, actually. Hello, Chloe. Hello, come here. Alright, let's try to sail back through Temperos without taking too much damage. And then we will upgrade the hull. I think we have the level for that now. Yeah, we can put an oak hull and an iron tiller. We got 2 more levels we can put an iron keel on as well. Yeah. How's my day in stream going? Both of them pretty good so far. There's not really a whole lot of new content in the sailing beta as opposed to the sailing alpha, but so far ship combat is fine. PM. That's new. And the what do I call it? Okay, could you stop lightning striking my ship? Thank you. I know we're not supposed to sail through here with the ship, but might have to apply a repair kit before we get out of here. Gotten a little tight, but I think we made it out. Alright, let's go install the new hull and stuff so we take less damage. Yes, I can see your chat. Am I a new streamer? No, I've been streaming for years now. I'm new to Kick, but not a new streamer. Okay. Go dock. Yeah, customize boat. Why do I not have any custom stuff on my channel? Because I just set up Kick a little while ago and I haven't gotten around to setting it all up yet. Same reason why I don't have notifications set up for Kick yet. Because I need to sit down and write that one of these days. That, and I'm not sure where the header image from my Twitch channel went, so I'm going to have to create a new one. I have to go aboard and find out. Actually, no, we don't have to go aboard. Did I build anything in this hotspot yet? No, we need 23 for the wind catcher. Okay. I don't care to upgrade our cannon right now. What I really want is a new hull, which is going to be moderately annoying to build. Okay. And of course, you can't drop items in the shipyard. Okay. That should be enough inventory space. Nah, I don't buy art. It's programmer art or no art on this channel. Okay, 16 oak hull parts. Okay. 300 iron nails. And 20 swamp tar. Okay, good enough for who it's for. No, I want to go board. Keep forgetting that you install the hull upgrades here. Missing some of the materials. Did I grab the wrong? I grabbed repair kits, not hull parts. Okay. And you can't drop them in here because that's the way the game is. Alright. I'm definitely not giving you my Discord to send portfolio to. That is not happening. I get spammed with enough art sellers as it is. Damn it, I don't need to get off the boat. Oak Hall. There we go. I'm just going to tell you right now, you're not going to sell any art to me. I don't buy art. I have been annoyed by too many artists in the past. It's not happening. There is nothing you can say that will change my mind, or show me for that matter. It's not going to happen. Okay, iron tiller. We need 6 iron and 3 oak planks. Okay. Now, did that get us anything at all? Good question. I have no idea. Okay, well, I guess we can sail around and see if we notice any difference. Okay. Doesn't seem to be any faster. At least not to any notable degree. I really would have no idea what the Iron Tiller does. I suppose I'll have to wait till it comes out and somebody writes a thing for the wiki about it, or they say in the upgrade blog. Really not obvious. The hull, I know, helps prevent damage, as does the sail. Yeah, I don't have any repair parts anymore. We'll dip in and out of Temperos's little temper tantrum area here. And see if we take damage or not. Yeah, we still take damage. Because the sails are not strong enough to withstand lightning. So we need the better sails, which are at like 22, or was it 24? 24. Okay. I am not interested in portfolios of anyone. And just a word of warning, but that's a really good way to get yourself banned from various stream chats, if you haven't experienced that already. Including mine most of the time. I'm just too lazy to reach over there and do it. There's one of those underwater light things. Let's see if we can... Can I even hit that one? Barely. 79 sailing XP, okay. I think this is... one of the spots where I can use the spyglass. Yep. Once again, somehow using the spyglass makes us grow to be 100 feet tall. Damn it, why does it always go to... Okay, there we go. During the alpha, we sailed around up in here a bunch. Sailed all around this area. There's not really any point repeating that. Unfortunately, you can't sail through this gap, I don't think. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to go check to make sure I'm right. Yeah, anyway. I'm pretty sure it won't let us sail through that gap. Maybe we could with the... maybe we could with the raft, but I have my doubts. Which is kind of odd because you can sail up the River Lum. Or you could anyway. Now recruit Jittery Jim, dock your boat onto Trana, and build an iron keel. Well, let's get at least 2 more levels and then we can get the better sails. The iron keel is another thing. Wonder if the game will tell us what it does, or if we're just gonna have to be left to guess like we were with the iron helm. Anyway, we're not docking at Entrana because the monks will get all pissy about it. Unless they drop all of our weapons and stuff, which actually I don't think we have any weapons on us. So maybe they'd be okay with it. In any case, Entrana is a place of deep and terrible evil, so we're not going to go there. Meteorologist. Okay, game. It's the troll meteorologist. I see RuneScape has not lost any of its fun naming abilities. Jagex did always like their terrible pun names. A true intellectual amongst her peers, which isn't saying much. So says the examined text anyway. Oh well. Here's the Entrana docks, where no right-thinking person would ever want to set foot. Truly, it is a place of great evil. Entrana is a mildly annoying place to visit for most accounts, but the main account I play nowadays anyway is an Ultimate Iron Man, and Entrana is a special kind of hell for Ultimate Iron Men. Because you can't bring any weapons or armor onto Entrana, and they define weapons or armor pretty liberally. It means that even a lot of things that really aren't armor aren't allowed. So you either have to dispose of those items somehow, temporarily, or you need to otherwise store them for a bit. If you're going to be there for 10 minutes, or well, for less than 10 minutes, and the only items you need to store are tradable, then you can set things on a table somewhere and then come back and pick them up off the table, which is merely tedious. Failing that, you could death pile, which is basically just go die somewhere and your items will stay on the ground for an hour. Which normally an hour is plenty to get to Intrana and do whatever you want and get back. And if you need to spend longer, well, you have two choices. You can get rid of everything that is not allowed permanently, or you can death bank, which is somewhat dangerous. Because if you die when death banked, you lose everything that was death banked. Forever. No getting it back. But needless to say, it's not exactly my favorite activity, going to Intrana. There's level 23. I don't know if following that light is really worth it. It's about 2 times of trimming the sails. So maybe it is. Pygmy Krakens. Level 34. I don't think we need to fight those. Wait. Can we actually attack dwarves on land? 1 second, please. Some testing required. We can. Huh. Get wrecked, dwarf. Okay. Well, that was interesting. If I order them not to follow the captain's target, will they just fire whatever the hell they want to fire at? I doubt it. I think this area... No. That's the area you're not allowed to lure them into because that's Rance's private area. Yeah, I don't think you can lure chumpy birds close enough to the coast that it would be possible to shell them from a ship. But if you could, that would be funny. Okay, we're not allowed to sail through that gap apparently. Unless we do a wiggle around the tree. I should grab the what do you call it? The raft and see if I can sail deeper into the Karjama area there. I'm willing to bet you're not allowed to land here until you've done the Corsair's Curse quest. Although the beta doesn't seem to mind. So who knows? Egler's Retreat, huh? And there's a farming patch there. Okay. What kind of farming patch? It better be something particularly important or it's not going to be ever used by anyone. Yeah, I don't think we're going to go all the way to level cap this time. I've pretty much seen everything there is to see that's new. I'm going to sail around a little bit more for the goof of it, and then we'll do something else. Here's Pest Control. A little combat minigame that I've done very little of and should probably do a whole bunch of at some point. But somewhat importantly, it rewards points that can be spent to buy the Void Knight armor set. Which is a storable and all around pretty not bad armor set. I've only played like 1 or 2 games of Pest Control. Specifically for diary requirements, and that was it. So I remember checking to see what happens if you log off when you're just sailing around in the middle of the ocean. And I don't remember what actually happened. I think you just appeared at the last dock you were at. Something like that. Well, there's level 24. can now dock at Witch Haven and build an oak mast. Alright, well, let's go grab ourselves an oak mast. And okay, let's see. Where do we have some shipyard services? Maybe we go to Red Rock, and I think that's available now. Just double check real quick. Not listed. I guess we'll find out in a second. I don't really want to sail all the way around Karjama to get to a port. Yeah, I doubt we can dock here. It's sailing level 52. And the Red Reef quest. Okay. That's definitely not available right now then. Alright, are there any other ports that I can likely dock at that have actual shipyard services? The Great Conch is out. I know that already. I don't think I can survive sailing across the edge of the Storm Temper. Corsair's Cove doesn't have a shipyard. Port Khazard probably doesn't have one. Oh, definitely doesn't have one. Witch Haven does not have one. Catherby does. Okay, can I dock at Catherby though? Yes, I can. Okay. I guess we're sailing to Catherby then. Okay. I wish we knew what the higher level ships were going to be like. That's not a player ship. Although maybe there'll be player ships that large. Probably there will be. Those gusts of wind are pretty decent XP because you get 3 separate boosts out of them. Yeah. Ship to Port Khazard. That's new. There's a little port facility here just south of Cairn Isle. Okay. And apparently it has a dedicated ship to get to Port Hazard. I certainly won't complain about that. Port Hazard's relatively easy to get to. Relatively easy to get to with a Ardoin cloak. And then from there, it's a regular hub of transportation. Oh. XP did I get from that? I got 1 XP from a hit that did 3 damage. 2 XP from a hit that did 3 damage. Okay, so it's doing about 1.5 XP. Per 3 damage hit. Maybe. That's obviously not quite half damage, but... Ugh. Trying to think if there are any particularly nasty creatures that are along the shore somewhere. Can't really think of any. Yeah. Being able to shell creatures from the ocean is not necessarily useful. I would assume you could probably use telegrab to pick up anything that's dropped on the shore. Oh. And if sailing doesn't count against combat level, that would mean level 3s could kill at least some creatures and possibly get loot from them. The real question is if I get any loot off this guy. I don't think I do. Here, let me operate the cannon instead. This way I get full XP. And do I get loot? I do. I got a grimy Aventode and sold giant head. Huh. Interesting. There's not that much combat that's close to shore that I can think of off the top of my head. But there's got to be at least something. Let's see, what even would there... Well, let's get headed north first. What kind of interesting options would there be? There'd be some random, not that interesting creatures along the Kazari jungle. I don't think there's much along the edge of Karjama. You could possibly lure creatures close to the shore. There were dwarves over here. There's giants over here in this island. And Toronto doesn't really have much. You might be able to lure like a, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not thinking of anything particularly interesting that's along the shore. Interesting. Very interesting. "16 iron keel parts. I wonder if that just makes the hull stronger or something, maybe. Okay, 10 oak logs. 5 bolts of linen. And 40 iron nails. Okay, now we should be able to sail. In more exciting locales, namely past Temperos. Not that I'm going to bother, but we could if I wanted to. But anyway. Let's see. Apparently the Ultimate Iron Man is locked into a smithing grind pretty hard. So the only thing to do on that account is Giant's Foundry. Yeah, screw it. Yeah. Let's go do some Giant's Foundry. 1 second, please, while I start the other client. Okay. Now, I do have a full inventory. I do indeed have a full inventory. Okay. Welcome to the Giant's Foundry. As the chat box here notes, I have items stored in item retrieval service. If I die again before retrieving them, they will be lost. I have a lot of extremely valuable items stored. I do not want to die. Which is why I'm not doing anything except Giant's Foundry right now. There will be no chances taken. How many points do I have here? 180. Alright, I've almost bought all of the molds. And the next thing to do will be just save up points until I can buy the smith's outfit. There's no point buying any piece of it until I can buy it all. At least not right now. Alright, let's get a commission. Broad heavy, okay. I want the mold pieces that give me the most likely highest broad heavy score. And then we put in 4 steel plate bodies. Three mithril plate bodies. 4 of the metal. Empty our hands. Also remove the plate body that we're wearing. And let's go grab ourselves the preform. Alright, we've got a cast sword. Now, we go beat the shit out of it with a trip hammer. So, the top bar is the sword's quality. That should never change unless we screw up. The middle bar is the sword's heat, which goes up or down with time and with other actions. And then the bottom bar is our progress to completing the sword. Okay, next we need to grind. To grind, it needs to be cooler. So we cool the sword off here in the waterfall. And then we grind it. Grinding increases heat in the sword. Using the trip hammer or the polishing wheel decrease heat in the sword. We're going to have to cool the sword again before we're done grinding. If we had a full smith's outfit, we might not have to. But we don't, so... Okay, now we have to smack it around with the trip hammer some more. So let's heat it back up. And also the sword slowly loses heat throughout the whole process on its own, just over time. So we'll have to stop and reheat it periodically. Okay, nice. Go cool it. It turned out we got a properly timed bonus action there, so I didn't have to go and reheat it. Uh-oh. Game. That wasn't good. Chunky lag there. Alright, now we have to cool the sword and then run on the polishing wheel. We'll likely have to reheat it partway through this, but well, there's no likely about it, we will have to. Give it a little heat. Then run it on the polishing wheel a little bit more, and then the sword will be done. And that should get us almost enough XP to level up. Be a little bit off. Yeah, we're about 2k off. Now I need to make a broad light sword. Alright, that should do it. 4 steel plate bodies. Mithril. For the preform. Quench it in the waterfall. And smack it around with the trip hammer. Not sure how many swords I'm going to have to make. No. To get to level 70. I don't think the XP calculator can tell that either. Okay. Now this time we have alternating polish and grind steps all the way to the end. Yeah, a little bit annoying. The polish steps are always my least favorite for some reason. Okay, we're about out of heat. Let's juice it up a little bit. And then we'll have to heat it again for grinding. Okay. Well, we overheated a little bit, but that's fine. Means we'll have to cool it. Well, we're gonna have to cool it anyway, probably. Sometimes you can cut it really narrow and get just exactly the right amount of heat in it, and then you can get the whole thing done in one heating step. Like here, we could actually do it purely because we got lucky. Alright, now we need to cool it. So I only need level 70 smithing right now. And there's not really any point going past level 70. Because the thing I need level 70 for will get me a much better training method for smithing. Okay, we need to heat it. Namely, I'll have a shop where I can buy adamant plate bodies instead, and then I can do mithril plus adamant. Instead of mithril plus steel. Which is a much better alloy. That'll get me much better XP. It also costs more, but well, that is the literal price you pay. Okay. And sword done. Let's hand it in. Got 9k XP. Light flat. And there's 67 smithing. Make Shazian boots 3. Ooh. I don't particularly care about Shazian boots 3. Okay, 4 steel plate bodies. Three mithril. And pour. All right. So I think level 68 is the last, 68 smithing is the last requirement for the Ardoin Hard Diary. I'm not going to go do the Hard Diary right then, but it is a very useful and important diary. Let me check. The Hard Diary, I need to steal from a chest in Ardoin Castle, which I have the requirements for, I just haven't done. Pick poison ivy berries from the patch south of Ardoin, which I have the level 4, I just haven't done. I need to find a poison ivy seed. Smith a mithril plate body near Ardoin. At 68 smithing, I can do that easily. And craft some death runes from essence, which I can also do quite easily. I just need to actually, go do that. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I have 68 smithing, I will not actually go do that. But I will as soon as I'm done with level 70 smithing. Damn it, I cooled it a little too far. Ardoin Hard. It gives something ridiculous like 10% extra chance to pickpocket successfully everywhere in the game or something like that. Which means I think with my current thieving level, I should have no fail master farmers. Once I do that diary. Which would be very nice. Damn it, I overheated it a little bit. We'll just wait. It's not worth running up to the waterfall. I'll take down fast enough that... But anyway. Cool. What are all the requirements that are doing hard? Or not requirements, the rewards. Ardoin Cloak 3. Antique Lamp worth 15k XP. $150 free noted essence every day. That's not worthwhile. Oh, that's what gets you the teleport to the center of Yanel instead of to the watchtower. Okay, that is actually useful. Kind of. Ability to hold a maximum of 84 coin pouches and 10% increased chance of pickpocketing everywhere. Okay. Yeah, 10% pickpocketing everywhere is... I'm pretty sure that stacks together with the bonus from the thieving cape, which is a pretty big deal for if you're trying to thieve some of the endgame stuff. Not that big of a deal if you're just doing stuff like Master of Armors. Although it's definitely useful. Okay, we have the medal for one more commission. It looks like we're going to have to make 4 more swords to level up. Which isn't a big deal. Dump in all of our steel plate bodies. All of our mithril plate bodies. Grab the preform. And go quench it in the waterfall. Once, not twice, damn you. Oh well. Alright. Now we gotta go cool. They might cool it just a little bit too far. Okay, that's about right. So yeah, 4 more swords to get us level 68. That's another inventory. Because we can do 4 swords per inventory. Although this sword we're doing right now is going to count as one of those 4, so... we'll probably need at least 3, probably 4 more inventories worth of material to get to 70. Maybe more than that. There's a pretty easy way to figure out what we're going to need. And that is to reset the amount of XP per hour. Just before I turn this sword in. And then it should tell me how many actions it'll take to get to whatever level. And then I need to set my level amount to 70. My goal level. Okay. We're gonna have to go heat this thing up again. Go do that now. Okay. Now, change our target level to 70. And then let's reset the amount per hour. Actually, just straight up reset the XP for that completely. And it in. 18 swords to level 70. So that's 5 inventories. Okay. I do not want another commission. We'll get one of those when we come back. Okay, we have definitely enough teleport charges in our Chronicle, so we don't have to worry about recharging that. The Chronicle is not a great teleport for where we're going, but it is an equipable teleport that takes us vaguely close. That is cheap to use. Alternatives would include whatever it's called. The book that has the teleports in no city, yes. Not the Book of the Dead, because I haven't done that quest yet, but the one that precedes it. Because then we could teleport to Assidius and run to my house portal. And that'd be a relatively okay. I don't even know if that would be less running. Maybe it'd be a little less running. It wouldn't be enough to really matter. Let's see, what would be other teleport that'd work? Alright, we're full up. We can't use the minigame teleport because we're using that to get back to Giant's Foundry. Cape of Ardoin to a fairy ring, maybe? There's not really any fairy ring that's particularly close to this, though. The Avenium Savannah teleport is a bit of a run. If we had a Quetzal whistle, maybe that would work, but I don't think those are actually equipable. And whatever we picked would have to be equipable. Charter ship would work in a pinch. Yeah. But just taking the Chronicle is by far the easier one. Okay. Mold is set. Actually, can I buy the other mold? Yes, I can. It won't do me any good because I'm not high enough level to use it. However, I bought all the molds now, so I won't have to worry about that in the future. Okay, we're good to pour. Oh, that's right. Quench once. Once. I clicked away the second I heard the sound for the first. Damn it. Alright. Anyway. Not that big of a deal. We probably have to heat it up again anyway. You nearly always have to. Anyway, if I put in even a relatively minor amount of effort today, I should be able to finish my smithing grind. According to my calculations, it should be somewhere between 4 and 5 trips, counting this one we're doing right now. And then the next thing on the list is Artie Hard Diary. Which, to get to the Death Altar, I'm going to need to go through the underground pass. And I'll need to get my tiara. I have a catalytic tiara that I have stored in a safe place. I can grab that and use it to get into the Death Altar. I should have did that any number of previous times I had that catalytic tiara out, but I just didn't for some reason. But oh well. Not a big deal. Actually, the hard part of the Artie Hard Diary is going to be getting the seed I need, I think. But I think I have a whiteberry plant in that patch right now. Let's see. Got a little bit more heat. That's too much heat. All right. Ugh. These are not very common seeds. They're 1 in 15 for medium seed packs. Which sounds painful. Broad heavy, okay. Necrio. Bunch of Slayer monsters. Mammoths drop them at a rate of 1 in 64. There are 1 in 937 from Master Gardeners, so that's not going to happen. Higher worth archers, there are 1 in 80. Maybe we'll have to go murder some elves. There was some other seed I was looking up earlier that also was dropped from them. They're 1 in 76 from Dagonoth. I might be able to safe spot Dagonoths. Dagonoth or elves are probably the most realistic options. I think I have a... Let me just double check. Yeah, I do have a whiteberry planted in Ardoin, okay. What I thought it was. I think it was some kind of herb seed I was looking for that was dropped by the Ironworth elves. I have pretty decent ranged gear. I'm just going and murderizing them with a crystal bow might be the way. Depends what their range defense is like. Considering their elves might be kind of high, so it might actually be a bad idea. Okay. We use halberds. Melee defenses are in the 50s and 70s. They have no mage defense. They have no range. Well, they do have some, I guess. They have no mage level. No range level either. Damn you, you said there was one heat left. Oh well, we'll be fine. So, we lost a little bit of quality on the sword. However, it used to be if you lost quality on the sword, you were just screwed. Now, that's no longer the case. If you do a bonus action properly, you'll regain quality on the sword. That's not the right way. We need to heat it. What am I thinking? Okay. So it looks like their range defense is their lowest defense. Taking a crystal bow and dealing with some Ironworth is probably the way to get what seeds I need. Broad heavy. Okay. Quench it once. Probably what I'll do next after the smithing grind's over. Get my stuff out of the death storage and then murder elves for a while. They're conveniently located close to where I need to store the bow anyway. So it's not exactly a hardship to go get the bow out. And it's not far away from where I need to charge the bow. As long as I don't go like massively dry or anything, and I can just stay in the area until I've got the seed I need. Then I can go plant it and finish the Ardoin hard. Which will definitely make me happy. Because that'll help a lot with getting the herb seeds I need. For getting the last skill I have left, which is 70 herb lore. Although I don't think I actually need more herbs for that. I'm at 66 already. And I have a good amount of herbs stored. It would be helpful if I got certain low-level herbs. But that's really all I need. I guess means pickpocketing master farmers is not that useful right now, but also not necessarily a bad thing either. Eventually I'll need to do master farmer pickpocketing purely so that I can get the seeds needed to raise my farming level. Do lots of farming contracts. Okay. And we're done. Nice pile of XP. Narrow light. And there's 68 smithing. We can now make mithril plate bodies. I am a little bit tempted to go do at least that step with a hard diary. The problem is, if I wanted to make a mithril plate body, I need to either get mithril bars, or I need to go mine make mithril bars. I don't have my pickaxe on me, so I have to get a temporary pickaxe, and it's just easier to do after we are not death storaged. No. There we go. We gain about 40k, or between 40 and 45k per trip. Generally a little less than 45, not 40. It'd be a very unlucky trip indeed if we got less than 40 from it. We have 128 XP left. This should get us in the sword we're currently making. We'll get that down to like 118 or so. Probably more like 117. Okay. Pull some more. So 3 more inventories full. Should do the job. It has to get all the way to 70. As it is, we're not particularly far off. Go ahead and clear our goal level. Heat this thing up for grinding. And the game will hopefully inform us that we are 58k XP away from level 69. Okay. Another inventory in a little bit, possibly. Will get us to 69. We're almost done with the smithing grind because we only got to go to 70. I doubt I'll finish it on stream tonight. Well, it is a... Oops, way overheated that. That's fine. We'll just quench it in the waterfall real quick. No, once. I clicked after that first time, you piece of shit. Oh well. What in the UIM content is this? This is UIM Giants Foundry, which is only a little different than main Giants Foundry. Instead of getting bars out of the bank, oh, one more hit. Instead of getting bars out of the bank, every 4 swords I have to go buy plate bodies in Varlamore. Speaking of which, that was the last of the plate bodies I had on me, so let's go back to Varlamore and buy more. This method isn't quite money positive doing steel and mithril, but it's not much off. I've spent less than 100k so far, getting from 61 to almost 69 now. So it's pretty cheap XP. All I've got left before I can do Song of the Elves is 4 Herblore levels and now 2 smithing levels. I think my combats are a good place for it. I've got all the quest requirements out of the way. And somebody bought a bunch of plate bodies here, so let's hop worlds. I think that somebody was me, actually. Okay. We wear 1 plate body because I need 28 plate bodies for this. Belladonna planted. That was the other seed I needed. I was trying to remember earlier. I needed some other seed besides the seed that I wanted to do the Ardoin Hard Diary, which was Poison Ivy. And I could not remember what it was. I need not only Belladonna, I also need a seed, a herb seed. I don't remember what it was. Cattatine, maybe? Anyway, I need a herb seed and I need a Belladonna. Probably a couple Belladonna seeds would be a good idea. I had a Belladonna planted, but it died. So now I need to plant another one. So I'm technically I'm ready to go, minus a couple like plants and stuff. But there's things I want to do before I go do so. So it's not a big deal that I'm not quite ready yet as far as item requirements. By the time I gotta go get the seed for the Ardoin Hard, the Poison Ivy seed. So I think I'm gonna kill Ironworth Elves for that. I was looking, that's probably the easiest way I'm gonna get it. So while I'm doing that, I think they also drop Belladonna seeds, because I remember there was something that I wanted to get from the Ironworth Elves seed-wise. And I'm pretty sure it was the Belladonna. So I can get a seed or 2 from them while I'm trying to get the Poison Ivy seed. That'd be great. Also same with the Cattatine seed. Okay, what exactly do they drop? They do drop Belladonna at even better, at like half the rate they drop Poison Ivy, so I better darn well get at least one of those. And they do drop herb seeds, although it's at a pretty high, like half the rate of the Poison Ivy even. Yep. Was it? Let's see. Here at Leaf, I've got that. Cattatine seed. Yeah. And let's see. What would be the easiest way to get one of those? A Spory is technically an option. Bird nests from Wizen have them at a 1 in 28, so I could kill Giant Mole if I got desperate enough. Everything else looks like it's 1 in 200 or something. Medium seed packs. Or medium rolls from seed packs. So I could also do what do y'all call it? Either farming contracts or you also get medium rolls out of the seed packs from Tithe Farm if I was really desperate. Actually, what's the rate for Master Farmers for Cattatine seed? Um, 1 in 3,000. Okay, that's not going to happen. I'm not that desperate. Although I'm very close to no-fail Master Farmers. I just need the card diary. Which I almost have all the requirements. Well, I do have all the requirements for now, actually. I just got the smithing requirement. So technically I could just no-fail Master Farmers for a few hours and hope I get lucky. Might be worth it. If I want some semi-AFK content or something. You could go a lot worse than off than Master Farmers. But then I'd have a ton of seeds I'd have to do something with while I was doing the quest, and I'd rather leave that until after Song of the Elves. Because there will come a point where I'm going to have to do a ton of farming. Oh. Empty hands, of course. Can't use Seed Vault? Nope. Ultimate Iron Man must experience pain. Therefore, the Seed Vault is not allowed. You never know what those guys do to your stuff when it's stored in that vault. Can't trust them. How goes the smithing? I'm almost done with smithing, actually, Crane. I have like 2 more inventories, maybe 3 after this. Yeah, let's just cancel that. Yeah, I'm about 25% of the way to 69, which will take like 4 and a bit swords. And then I'll take another 5 or 6 swords, maybe a little more, to get to 70. So I'm going to finish smithing tonight yet. I just doubt I'll do it on stream. Yeah, a lot of that cash stack came from Curious and doing Iorworth. Forsoth Red Dragons. Most of it from Scurious, honestly. Yeah, anyway. Is Steel Myth profitable? Not quite. I've spent probably about 100, almost maybe 200k by this point. getting from 61 to now almost 69. It's really not expensive. Damn it, I was thinking fill the top of the bar. I need to fill to the bottom of the bar. Let's just punch this a couple times real quick. Talking while doing Giant's Foundry is not conducive to getting things right. But anyway. Alright, now we got a cool for the polishing wheel. This particular order of operations makes exactly 0 cents. You beat the shit out of it with a hammer, then you polish it for a while, then you grind it, then you polish it again, and then you just go well and whack it with a hammer a little more. Alright, we need to get more heat. A little too much heat. I have all of these set to just left click dunk and left click quench, which doesn't necessarily help with getting accurate heat, but it theoretically makes things a little faster. But anyway. Now I gotta dunk it a few more times. Yeah. Anyway. But aside from the seeds, I need to complete my goals. Oh, what else did I want to do before I actually went and started SOT? It probably wouldn't hurt to get some more Scurious KC in. But I'm also kind of planning to just cold storage the bone mace for now. Because I don't have any other weapons that I want to store. There's no reason to discard it yet. So that's not an important wish or anything. Shift click for the small ones. Get close to the end of the bar, it resets the rate. Yeah. The shift click idea is pretty smart though. I usually just spam click when I'm getting close to the end so that it progresses a little more slowly. But more slowly with dunk is not necessarily all that slow. Which is why the shift click would probably be a good idea. Okay, by the time we get over here, it should be ready to go. With a little bit of luck, we won't have to heat it again. Depends on exactly how fast it decides to cool. For some reason, Twitch has way worse quality than Kick for you. I mean, if you want to use Kick, it's right over there. Name's a little different over there. It's Milo LC instead of Milo Christensen. But I would put a link to it, but Twitch really doesn't like it if you do that, and they get a little bit pissy. I should probably pin a link somewhere in my Discord. You just haven't made a Kick account yet? So you're using the Twitch chat and okay. That's one way to do it, I guess. I certainly won't say no to inflated viewer counts. Yeah, I need to get off my ass and actually fix the Kick account up more. I need to make some banner images and stuff. And I need to get alerts working over there. Because once upon a time, a slightly younger Milo thought it would be a good idea to write all that alert handling code himself. And currently, it runs on a VPS that I spend like $10 a month for. And is usually reliable. Occasionally, every few months, it'll just have a random TLS error and stop working. But the bot, the overlays, all that stuff is all run off of code I wrote. But that does mean that if I want to support Kick, I have to actually, get off my ass and write support for Kick. Oh, screw you. You piece of shit. The heat dropped right at the very last second. I should know better than trusting that. Okay, let's heat it up. Heat it, not cool it. So we can do the grinding section. I don't have any bonus actions left, so that quality is just gone. Rip. A little tiny bit less XP we won't get. You don't edge when you're making swords, they screw you every time. Well, they do me too, but hope springs eternal. Anyway. Yeah, once I get access to SOT, or access to Pref via doing SOT, then I will also be doing Addy and Mithril. But that's not for a little bit yet. Not actually that long, though. Why did it switch back? Okay. Weird game is weird. Doing 3 plate bodies. Add a 4th. And 3 mithril. And pour. Doing Giant's Foundry last week. Yep, that was almost too much. With all the leftover rune plates from CG, had rune light tab out for some reason. Time tab didn't, it dropped to like 20%. Ooh, ow. Yeah, the special actions restore quality since a patch like a few months ago, I think, or was it longer than that? I think it was this year. Fairly recent thing. Which I'm fairly grateful for it. It's saved a few of my stupid mistakes so far. Let's give it one more. That's cutting it pretty close. Okay, good. I was about ready to click away there, but no, it kicked in time. Well, that's what happens when you pay attention. Well, at least we still have a bonus action, so we'll get our quality back. I'm gonna blame that one on you, Crane. You're distracting me. Totally isn't my own fault. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get 70 smithing yet tonight. And with 70 smithing, I'll just need 4 herb lore levels. I'm pretty sure I've got enough herbs. Mixology is really cheap on herbs. Don't get any good potions out of it, but that's fine. I'm pretty okay on potions for the moment. The only ones that really matter, namely prayer potions. Although I do have some super attacks. I wouldn't mind getting some super strength potions made as well. I do have a bunch of limp words. Maybe I should do that while I'm still death banked. Instead of doing the already hard right away. I should just grab out the ingredients for the super strength potions and make a bunch of those. Damn it, that is the worst possible time for that to pop up. Yeah, I heard that Chambers of Xeric got screwed. Apparently it's kind of raids in general. A lot of people are complaining. Okay, we have material for one more before we have to go buy more stuff. I mean, part of it sounds like main brain, honestly. Because apparently it drops seeds instead of herbs now for some stuff. And that means since the seeds are way cheaper than the herbs, everybody's whining that their value's gone way down. But I don't know. I don't do raids yet, so I'm not worried about their drop tables. You're averaging 15k loot for 70k plus points. Okay. For as long as a raid takes, 15k loot doesn't sound worth. Yeah, looks like Cream got his mini bang. Let's give it a little bit more heat before we... Close to an hour. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that. Probably a good time not to do chambers. Okay. It was really kind of interesting, all the stuff that people were reporting that didn't work since the last patch. Just a whole collection of really weird things. Apparently, ducks in the fishing guild are zooming around at high speed. I don't know if that was patched or not. Like hotfixed. That seems like a really weird thing to break. Oh yeah, and the red skull's not working. How much more incredibly obvious can it be that nobody tested the changes to the raid? That's wild. Like, if they'd done so much as one simple cursory playthrough of the raid after they made changes to it, it would have been blindingly obvious that there was a problem. I mean, I know everyone jokes that we're the Jagex QA department, but like, holy shit. Sometimes it's on another level. I'm really glad I don't have to worry about that yet. Although the day where I'm going to want to worry about that is not too far away. Okay, let's go turn this sword in. No, I do not want another commission right now. Alright, we're 6k off 69, so the next inventory should get us there. Yeah, I'm all 70s on my melees now. 75 ranged, 61 prayer, 78 magic. Not that far away from being able to poke my nose into a raid without insta-dying. Or at least I wouldn't be if I was any good at it. Gonna hit up Barrows anytime soon? Certainly not before so. I definitely have enough levels to do it by a lot. Like, I've been Barrows ready theoretically for a long time now. Barrows isn't hard. The only reason I've been putting it off is because I can only store one set of Barrows armor. And so if I go there, I'm going to be stuck doing Barrows until I complete one set of armor, basically. Preferably a set that I actually want to keep. It means I have to decide what set I want. Probably Guthans. And then I'm just going to do Barrows until I get the whole set. And then I can store it in the stash there. Darok would be tempting to store. But Guthans, I think Guthans can be more utility for the long run. But yeah, you can only store one set of Barrow's armor. Womp womp womp. I did just hit easy combat achievements a little bit ago. I haven't really started thinking about what CAs I want for the mediums. With the changes to the giants, I'm definitely going to go do those fights soon. I might even do those. Oh, let's see. Those changed just already. It's not a future thing, is it? I might even do those before I do so. Just for the Nova. While I'm gearing up and preparing. I do want a Barrow's portal before I start doing Barrows, so I'll probably wait until I have the magic level. I think it's what, 83 or something like that? So I'm 5 levels off. Next time I have a reason to actively train arm or magic, I might go ahead and bang that out. Make sure I get at least 83, and then that might be a good time to do Barrows. I probably will do Barrows when I want to do Perilous Moons. Because if I can get a Barrows armor set for that, that'll help tremendously. And Perilous Moons, I can also store only one set from there. The blue set specifically. So that's going to be my mid-level mage armor covered. So once I start wanting to get into more PVM, I'll probably do Barrows until I have Guthans, and then use Guthans to get a blue moon set. And then I'll have a melee tank set that can heal me, and a okay set of mage armor. That's kind of my vague plan at this point. Probably come mooch off creaming you for a few raid tasks. I know Click's offered before too. I just need to decide when I'm ready to start worrying about that. It probably won't be for a little while. Because the big thing I want to do once I get Soak done is I want to do a bunch of skilling again. Once I get Prif access. There's some skilling I want to do that requires Prif access. And there's some that I just don't have a reason to do before, but I want to get done soon. For example, I want to get the fletching and all the other skills required to get amethyst arrows and the magic short bow. Yeah. Oh, I need to add one more steel. There we go. This sword should get me to 69, I think. Yeah, it will. Unless I, like, massively screw it up somehow. Have I gotten any pets on the UAM? Yes, I have Rocky. I think Rocky's the only one. But yeah, I got Rocky while thieving Artie Knights. That's pretty cool. He stays in the house, though. Pets are cool to get, but they're so darn useless. And I don't want to have to pay money to get them back if I do a dumb while having a pet out. let's just grab a little bit more heat. Oh wait, no. I'm doing polishing, not grinding. Why was I thinking grinding? Okay, I can hit it twice more. Exactly twice more. And then we're good. Yeah, one of the things I'm doing before, so largely because I have all the requirements done, is the RD hard. So at least I won't have to get post 99 just to get master farmers. I'll probably end up with getting lots of post 99 thieving anyway, but I'll probably end up getting my last couple levels either doing master farmers or going for a Pharaoh scepter so I can spruce up my house. Because I do have the construction level to put the altars in my house. I just need to get the other stuff around. The only times I've ever done Pyramid Plunder is a little tiny bit for the diaries. So that should be interesting to learn. That's one of those things that I want to do post-SOT. Yeah. At some point I have to do a Slayer grind, but I'm really not enthused about that, so I'm going to put it off as long as possible. That's not really skilling, though. That's just torture. Screw you, you piece of shit. I hate that when I click off and it gives the bonus action right then. Oh well. Yeah, I think you need to grind out 2 Pharaoh Scepters, one for the stash unit, and then one for the altar. That's going to be interesting. Hitting 99 thieving is not going to be a problem. I'm in the high 90s already. And by the time I'm done with the bottom of the heat bar, not the top, the bottom. Oh, that's too tight. Forgot to heat. No, that's still too tight. I'm not chancing that. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't mind one for the teleport, but that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I do not have the inventory space to dedicate to that. And there we go. 69 smithing. Jaysian helms through helm 3s. Now I just have to make 6 more swords. I have 3 in my inventory right now, so 1 more inventory after this, and I'm out of here. Probably never to return until it's time to do adamant and mithril using stuff I got by in Prif. I almost kind of want to grind out a zombie axe before Prif, but I don't think I'm going to. Because I don't really need melee that badly for anything Prif related. So I'm going to wait until after. It is tempting to go do it though. Because I would really like to have a zombie axe. Grind the axe during the quest so the area is instanced. That might actually be a good idea. I didn't really have trouble with there being other people there when I did it. But also I did it with a bow. And I just did one at a time. You know, I did it in the main. I just used a bow and shot them. I would wait for the aggro to expire and then just walk into a group that nobody else was worrying about and shoot him until if I fell over for a while. That way I wasn't being attacked by tons of zombies or anything, and it was an extremely lazy way to do it. Very slow compared to barraging. Yeah, I got it at like 380 some kills on the main. So I'm probably going to get it at like several thousand on the UAM. Hopefully it's not as dry as I went on Scurry Spines, but you never know, maybe it could be worse. Yeah, I'll just wait for it to cool on its own. Not worth running up to the waterfall for this. Anyway. Trying to think what all I have in my inventory that I want cleared out before I start, so there's not really that much. I am just gonna cold storage the bone mace. But I don't have anything else that is weapon-like that I need to store someplace special. Everything else can go in the looting bag or whatever. Well, where I understand it, Bofa versus T-Bow all comes down to what kind of enemies you want to kill. But I think T-Bow is better against almost everything you're going to encounter in a raid. So for somebody who's into raids, Maybe. Only interested in Tob and Cox, so Thibaut shreds. Yeah, see, my main interest in raids is maybe I'll do them someday. And that's about as excited about them as I get. Although, I suppose POA is probably the most important of the raids for me. I can store a pickaxe there. So doing the quest as soon as I reasonably can might make sense. Certainly before I grind out a dragon pickaxe. And then also I can get a thread there for my rune pouch. That's also fairly important. I do kind of know, I do know how red Xing works. I certainly wouldn't say that I am an expert at it or anything. I've never actually used it for anything, but I know how it works. Let's put it that way. Chaos Element, Soul. There's no such thing as zero risk for a UIM in the wilderness. Because there's no preserved items. But it depends on what kind of gear. Like if I get to the point that I can make... Oh, let's see. Chaos Elemental you want to kill with ranged usually, isn't it? Or is he magic? I don't remember. I think I've killed Chaos Elemental on main before, but I don't remember how I did it. If ranged works against him, then I would definitely want to wait until I can make magic short bows. Because then I can just make a magic short bow, make a couple, like make 100 or 2 amethyst arrows, death pile, grab my stuff, go kill it. Not a big deal. Even without red Xing, correctly, you want food that is keeps the slot full, so that'd just be purchased pies. With red Xing. Yeah. That's probably about as close to zero risk as I'd like to get. Going into the wilderness, there is 0% chance that I would ever take a zombie axe. You are not getting my zombie axe into the wilderness. I don't care what for. Because remember, UIMs have no preserved items. And the even the prayer to preserve an item doesn't work on a UIM. So no matter what, a UIM dies, we drop everything. You can drop a clue on the ground as long as you do it before you die, and it'll be there for an hour. So it's somewhat safe to take a clue into the wilderness. If somebody manages to one-hit you or something, you're just dead, though, and sad. Yeah, usually that's what I bring. Spade, clue, dragon to dagger. But I can buy a dragon dagger easily enough. It's not that big of a deal. If I'm feeling unsafe, I'll go buy an Addy sword in Varrock and bring that instead. But you have to remember to buy the sword before you go death pile, because you can't take your cash stack along with you. It's 30k with a dagger, it's 60k, or 30k with a diamond, 60k without. So, yeah, not really that big of a deal. You can either buy them in Zanaris for the 30k and the diamond, or dude over at the base of the waterfall sells them for 60k. Whatever his name is. The guy has the Ring of Visibility. At least that's where I normally get mine, if I need them. And don't feel like getting a diamond. Well, I say that like I do that a lot. I've never lost my Dragon Dagger. I still have the one I bought in Zanaris a while ago. Now, freshly poisoned with Weapon Poison Plus. Just plus, not plus plus. I got some Weapon Poison Plus when I was throwing away my chins at Temple Spiders. So I kept one and used it on the dagger because I might as well. Not like I'm going to get Weapon Poison Plus Plus anytime soon. Although, yeah, you are right, I could get it from Chaos Elemental. It's not hard to remove poison from a dagger. Yeah. I clicked away before you... Okay, whatever. Dragon two-hand is one of those things that I will never bother with. Unless I needed to fill a stash, which I might. I don't actually know. Just get 82 Herbor and make your poison? Yeah, just get 82 Herbor, it's easy. Someday I'll get 82 Herbor. I intend to max on this account. But we'll see. Gonna be a while. Probably a very, very long while. At least UIM can store the Emberlight. Thanks to a somewhat annoying stash unit. But it's a possibility. I'm sure I'll have to get one of those someday. New Ice Demon world record with burning claws. Did 4 specs and deleted him. Oh, Ice Demon, like the one in Chambers. I don't know too much about the monsters in Chambers. I just know that there's an Ice Demon there. I don't think I've ever actually seen somebody fight it all the way. Like I've seen Mr. Mammal's farmer videos when they're doing Chambers. Sometimes they'll show the beginning or end of that fight. But he always edits it so most of the fight's missing. Alright, well that's inventory done. No, I do not want another commission right now. I'll get one when I come back. I need 3 more swords to do. And I'm done. I'm going to buy supplies for 4 swords though, because might as well. Actually, if I go a little bit late, I might even finish smithing tonight on stream. I thought I was going to finish off stream because it would be way too late, but it turns out probably not. A little bit late. um talking about Fang reminds me of a like 3 or 4 videos ago. JCW was doing POA, trying to get a shadow. And he was dropping his Fang on the floor so you could get another Fang kit each time. And he left the raid without remembering to pick his Fang up. Luckily for him, he had 16 more in the bank, so yeah, he's an iron. He had 16 in the bank though. That wasn't exactly a problem. Yeah, JCW, if you haven't heard of him before, he's one of the guys who did the MaxCape speedruns. And so nowadays he's making videos taking the account he used for the Iron Man MaxCape speedrun and trying to get max gear on it. Which, that guy's definitely a certain kind of autist. But his content's somewhat interesting. Like 3 or 4 videos ago. He's had several videos and trying to get the shadow at that point, so I don't remember which one it was, but yeah. It was kind of funny. Because he would just drop his kitted out Fang so he could get a new Fang kit, and then he'd pick it up afterwards so he could alch the kit, and I think it's like 50k or something, an alch value. But clearly he should have just alched the Fang instead. Okay, let's get another sword. Narrow light. You pulled Shadow 1KC in your missus account getting her kit. You wouldn't even split. Yeah, blame her. I mean, okay, game, what are you doing? Okay, there we go. For some reason it was like, wouldn't let me click on anything there for a second. But I could still close the interface. So it wasn't like, it almost acted like I was DC'd, except I don't think I was DC'd. Guy you do TOA with pulled a shadow on his first entry level and had to split it. Ouch. Yeah, there's no way I'm ever doing splitted raids. Free for all or nothing. Nope. Always forget to unequip. The chances are astronomically tiny that would happen, though. That's pretty wild. Can almost fake this out there. Okay. Oh. So cool. Yeah. Getting a shadow at low invocations is... I would definitely be using up all your luck for a while. On the bright side, at least it's in the collection log, so if you buy one later... Yeah, I'll probably never do raids in my main. My interest in doing that kind of content is low enough as it is. Although, I probably should get my main raid ready. Or at least I have an account to practice on. Because trying to learn all the raids with limited inventory might be a bad idea. The real problem, though, is that I don't want to grind out money on the main either. Just send it, no practice. What's the worst that can happen? Unexpected death piling? Actually, there wouldn't be any death piling because it has a death bank, but... Okay, sword done. Two more to 70. before I do any raids, I'll probably want to do my first fight cave. Because doing fight cave once on the leagues does not count. A little bit easier when you have 100% ranged accuracy and heal every 5 ticks. I haven't even thought about what kind of gear I want to take into fight caves yet. That's definitely very strongly an after soak activity. I do have probably the gear and levels I would need at this point, actually. I would have to get a rune crossbow. I shouldn't say the gear and levels. Be more like I could easily get the gear and I have the levels. Yeah, I do have the dragon square shield. So that'd probably be a reasonable thing to bring with the crossbow. I have an armadillo body. And I have those nice bandos boots I just got. The d'hide boots, not like some other kind of bandos boots. Actually, I don't think there are any other bandos boots. But anyway, d'hide boots. Fairly nice ones. I would still be using the black d'hide chaps, probably. Unless I get lucky and get some kind of god d'hide chaps between now and then. Not entirely sure where I would get crossbow bolts. Haven't really thought about it. For that matter, I'd have to look in DPS calc and see if crossbow is actually the best way to do it. Because if I have amethyst arrows at that point, which I would want to, I don't... Maybe the magic short bow would be worth it? I don't know how exactly that works. I did a look at various defenses and such like. It would certainly be easier to get all that stuff. I am indeed in Foundry, and I'm almost done with my smithing grind, too. Hello, Maple. Damn it. You distracted me. I blame that on you. Anyway. Everywhere you go, you're reminded what you can't have. You know what's funny? I was, I was sorting, what do you call it, wreckage from a shipwreck in the sailing beta earlier. And I got a oak log out of it. And I thought of you. Like, well, there's Maple's oak log. Too bad that's locked behind the smithing skill. Damn it, I should have heated up a little more. I thought it was closer to the end. Anyway. Decided to properly try blast furnace now that that shit's free. Yeah. You'll have to pick a day and light the beacons and get everybody over there to run it for you. Then you won't have to even pay that way. Okay, one more sword and we'll be level 70. Although I started at level 61, so it's not too surprising I got here in like 3 days. You want to ideally get up to 68 smithing before bringing in the community so you can do mithril plates. That makes sense. Okay. I probably won't have to eat again. Yeah, I won't have to eat again. Oh yeah, without coal bag, that's a lot more running, isn't it? Well, I guess if you're buying the ore right there, it's not that bad. But you... Well, no, because you'd have to hop if you did that, and that wouldn't work if you're trying to... Yeah. You have to buy all of your ores, stockpile them, and then run the blast furnace. And you don't have any way to get staminas either. Well, technically you do have a way to get staminas. Damn it. Oh well, we'll get that back. No, we won't get that back because we had both bonus actions already. What? Oh well, we'll still get 70 out of this sword. Well, I don't want to sound like a doomer, but hopefully you don't miss Tithe Farm by the time you're done. Also, didn't you say that you wanted a skill that wasn't just a mini game? Well, here's a skill you can train as intended. Aren't you excited? The monkey paw definitely curled on that one. Oh well. It's not as bad as some of the grinds that the not so chunk accounts do. Not that that's much consolation considering some of the things some of those guys do. Oh well. Eat one last time. I considered starting a chunk account at one point, but I don't know. I did a UIM instead. Area locked accounts are interesting when it's other people on a YouTube video far away. And we might as well receive another commission so I can do my last little bit of stuff in my inventory. Oh, you scumbag. I have 250 XP away, so it's a good thing we're doing this last sword. Dang it. Oh well. Due to a combination of my own incompetence and a little bit of bad luck, namely that the preform wasn't quite as valuable as it could have been. The last sword is actually required. If it had been a slightly more valuable preform combination, I think I would have still made it. But it was not to be. Had ideas for doing like a group Iron Man chunk account where one player aims to cross the map west to east and the other goes north to south. I think that'd be more fun in thought than practice. Yeah, I don't know how a group Iron Man chunk count would really work. I can think of several different ways you could do it. Well, I don't like seeing those quite that early. I prefer them in like the middle or last bar. Yeah, if each person in the group had their own set of chunks and they all just started in the same one, that could be interesting. Because then everyone would have different resources to trade around. It gave me the bonus action in a time and place where it would be impossible for me to do it. Thank you, game. I love you too. Yeah, the real problem with the group Iron Man is it requires 2 people, at least, who are willing to grind. Lots and lots of people start group Iron Men with their friends. Very few of those group Iron Men make it anywhere. That's how a lot of group of 1 Iron Men are established. Two dead groups here. Yep. I, perhaps thankfully, don't have anyone I know who's even slightly interested in RuneScape. So that's definitely not a problem I'm ever going to have, but... On the other hand, that's not a problem I'm ever going to have. Want to start a hardcore group Iron Man? No, I've got enough work cut out for me with the ultimate. I don't even play my main anymore. I don't want to split my time up amongst a bunch of accounts. Unless you're trying to con click into join you, in which case run, click, run. 9 accounts is enough for you? That's a couple. Oh, there's level 70, not even turning the sword in. Just from the incidental tiny amounts of XP you get along the way. Okay, well, let's turn the sword in for an extra bit of XP past 70. No, I do not want another commission. How many points do I have piled up right now? 2,000, okay. There's nothing that I want to buy for that much money, but that's like halfway to a piece of the uniform for the next time I come back here. Alright, what was I going to do next? Let's drop these ice gloves. We're not going to need them for whatever I do next. Okay, there's two things I could do at this point. Thing number one is go get everything out of the death bank and then do the Yardy hard. Thing number two. Yeah. See you later, Maple. Actually, I should probably just wrap up stream instead of doing something else, but thing number two is to go get the materials required to make the super strength potions and get that out of the way. Let's see. Super strength is Quarm and Limpwort. Yeah, I should probably use up my Limpwort roots. I don't have a huge number of them, but I wouldn't mind having some super strength potions around. Well, no, it's probably better to keep them in their component form for now. Because I am going to be adding more Limpwort and Qualm to my looting bag as I go, so. And I'm not planning to do much more melee before Soak. I'll save it for later when I plan to do melee training next. I think the thing to do is to actually get anything out of the death bank now. So, let's teleport to the farm. No, not Tithe Farm. Knock it off, you. I'm not entering the wilderness with this stuff on me. I can't death pile. So that means we have to go to LMS and buy a bag. So let's go to Soul Wars. How hard are diamonds on UAM? Pretty easy. If you do shooting stars. I've got a bunch of diamonds in my, I was about to say looting bag right now, but that's not true. They're in the death bank. But I've got like 100 and some odd diamonds, I think, soaked away right now. I'm not going to have a problem making all the PNEX I could ever need and then some. Yeah, because I did a bunch of stars for dragon stones, so I could build the jewelry box in my house. I also have 2 dragon stones extra from crystal keys that I got while doing various activities recently. I'm probably going to use them to make glories for, what do I call it? For stash units. Okay, now. I probably should just run here. Well, let's go back to Edgeville, and I guess we're running to Sarum. Actually, no. I don't have to run to Sarum. I can take the fairy ring to the farming guild. Let's see, it's CIR. Okay. I forgot that I pulled my drum and staff out. Okay, coal the diamonds would cause the diamond market to crash. Okay. And we go pull everything from Hespori's clutches. I should kill Hespori again. Probably not right now. Looks like I have limports to pick. I think I'm going to leave those limports just in case I want them for a contract or something. If I pick them, they go in my looting bag, which is no big deal. I definitely should do another herb run soon. Anyway, let's grab my stuff out of the... Alright. Definitely want the Talos Teletabs. Let's see. Seed box, rune pouch. Get the bottom rows set up. Remove the stuff I was wearing. Because I might as well wear it. And then the stuff that goes in the looting bag. Floor's ring gets dropped. Chronicle gets destroyed. I did get 100 dragon arrow tips from somewhere just before this. So that's nice. There's my 199 uncut diamonds. I probably should just go ahead and cut some of them because I don't need that many, but I'm just going to keep them until after so, then I'll cut whatever's left. Get rid of them. So I want to keep any potions out. What am I doing next? I'm going to be murdering Iorworth. I don't think I need the potions for that. I'm going to safe spot them with a bow. So no, I don't need that. Alright. That means the Helm of Nate is not. And the dragon stuff. I don't have to kill anything really for Hardwine Hard, do I? Steal from a chest. Pick Poison Ivy. I need to go kill stuff for that, but I'm going to do that with a bow. Smith Mithril Plate Body. Craft Death Runes. Okay, no, I'm good on that. So this stuff can all go into the bag. Weirdly, the Helm of Nate is tradable. So that can go in the bag. Okay. I'm gonna have a completely full looting bag. I think the climbing boots can go in. They have a GE price, so probably. Let's just quick check to see if they're tradable. Yes. Tradable, yes. Okay. They can go in the looting bag. I could just drop them and get new ones. I'm not going to be doing any melee training for a while, so I don't need the +2 strength. You know what? I'm just going to drop the climbing boots. Okay, that can't go in. Those don't go in. Okay. Okay. Let's go to barracks and store everything except the bottom 2 rows. Join the dark side, click. Join the dark side. A UIM, it can be a little annoying sometimes, but really it's not that bad. Most of the grinds are about the same, just with a little bit more screwing around with inventory first and during. I suppose where it gets really interesting is when you have to try to juggle all your gear for PVM. I'm using interesting in a not particularly good way there. Oh, that's what I wanted to do before soak. The other thing. I need to get rid of this master clue scroll. That master clue scroll needs a dragon axe. So I need to go do what's his face, the Dagonoth. Yeah, I was gonna go kill Rex, I think it is, before I do so. And then I can discover whether or not I need to keep that clue scroll, or whether I can do that clue scroll or whether it's gonna get dropped. Realistically, it's gonna get dropped. But I have 2 steps done on it already, so hope springs eternal. If I can get 3 steps and a dragon axe soaked away in the Enchanted Valley stash unit, I suppose that'll be worthwhile. Alright, which herbs am I keeping out for where I'll call it? Was it? I have a bunch of snapdragon seeds, I think. So that's a possibility. Farm and Catatine I have a lot of both, so they're a possibility to use. Lantidine dwarf wheat I can't use because they're too high level. Hopefully I get a berserker ring for the axe. That would be nice. But we'll see. If I get the axe, I'm out. And I'll come back for the berserker ring later. But if I get the berserker ring, I'm definitely going to take it. Okay, let's see. Mixology. What herbs provide what colors? Okay, Renar, Toadflax, Avantoe, Quam, and Snapdragon are all red. So it's down to whether I want to use Quam or Snapdragon. And then Catatine is green. Okay. Catatine's the green one I'm keeping out, because it's the only green I have that I can keep clean. And also the only one I have a reasonable number of. I'll just try to not use too much green if I can avoid it. I don't have any blue really except a few hundred that I have already ground up. The Jangerberry seeds I'm keeping out to use. Speaking of which, let's go take care of that right now. Yeah, I don't have any Guam, Haralander, or Marintil. Those have all been used up a long time ago. Which is unfortunate, but I didn't mean to eat that. I can get them without too much trouble from Source's Garden. It's just a bit tedious. Okay. How many Snapdragon seeds do I have again? 35. Okay, we're going to use Snapdragons, I think. Well, wait a second. First, before I do this, what are Snapdragons used for? Snapdragons are used to make super restores. Okay, that's super useful. I might not want to use them then. What about qualms? Problem is, I think all the herbs I have left are all ones that I wanted to keep because they're really good. Super strength and weapon poison. How many limperts do I have? It's not that many. 89. Yeah, okay, no, we're using qualm. Snapdragon goes in the bag. Yeah. These 2 stacks of herbs should get me the last 4 levels I need with a bunch left over, I think. The rest go in the bag. Guthix Rest is a really compact food. But you don't want too high of a healing food in there. If I remember correctly, earlier versions of the Ultimate Iron Man guide for that fight suggested using blood spells to keep your HP in the right range. I'm not sure what the current one suggests because instead of having you do DT1 and stuff and get your magic level up for blood spells, it still has you do DT1 but for other reasons. Namely, to get Barrow's gloves. And then I think it has you just not get hit. I don't remember what it has you use for food. It has you using Cave Nightshade and Phoenix, which I am not doing. I will be growing a Belladonna for that. You can't pay me enough to try to use Cave Nightshade. The amount of inventory space it takes up is insane. Okay, it might actually be time to drop the Rune Defender. Because the next time I need a Defender, I'm just going to grind out. It'll be after, so... The next time I need a Defender is when I'm going to be doing the initial Slayer grind. I'm going to dump the Rune Defender and get a Dragon Defender, and then I'm going to do enough to get at least a Slayer helmet, and then I can store both of them together. You got a melee Erwin? Yeah, might be worth keeping for that then. Okay, anyway. My inventory is back to where it normally is. For now, at least. Man, it sure would be nice to have the rest of the Armadillo D'hide set so I could store it. Haha, fat chance. It is kind of nice to have these boots. Their stats aren't entirely terrible. Anyway. Ardoin hard. Let's go steal from the chest in Ardoin Castle, and then I think I'm going to end for the night. Because it is almost 11 o'clock. I could have just used the cape. Oh well. This is why I only have 1,500 house teletabs instead of the 2,000 I had just a few weeks ago. Yeah, the next thing to do is get their Ardoin hard out of the way. And then I'm going to go do the last 4 levels of Herblore. Let's see, castle's in the middle floor, or is it on the top floor? I think it's this chest over here. One of those chests. Oh, do I need a lockpick for this? I might need a lockpick for this. Yeah, stars for clay. You get a lot of clay from stars, so it's not a problem. And I do indeed need a lockpick. Okay. Well, let's go to Birthorpe and get a lockpick then. After doing enough stars to get all the dragon stones I needed for that beautiful ornate jewelry box, doing a little bit more stars to get a few thousand clay was not a problem. That was just kind of a tiny little afterthought on the end of the star grind. Oh, somebody's unloading crap here. Okay, let's buy a lockpick. I should get rid of that whiteberry bush. I planned it there because I knew I was going to need some whiteberries for a quest in the future. And now I need that spot for something else. I should plant a whiteberry in some other bush patch that I rarely go past. Okay, hopefully that chest over there is the right one. What do you mean I failed to pick the lock? Use lockpick on door? I've been through this door, I know I have. Okay. Requires level 61 thieving to access. Okay, yes. Why is it just... You failed to pick the lock. Okay. That's weird. There's no quest requirement or anything. Because I know I've been in there and picked up that black scimitar before. There's no ladders in there or anything. I have a lockpick. Nothing interesting happens if I use the lockpick on the door. You fail to pick the lock. Is it just a really low chance to succeed? Aha, okay. It's a low chance to succeed for some reason. No, don't attack the idiot. What's wrong with you? Search for traps. Okay. And we got teleported away. I got a raw shark that I can't cook, an adamant ore I don't need, and an uncut sapphire that I don't want. To complete a hard task in the Ardoin area. Poison ivy berries is what I gotta go kill Ironworth elves for. Mithril plate body, it's just a matter of mining some mithril and superheating the bars. And death runes from essence is just, I gotta go get my my catalytic tiara from the nice nest in Alderan, and then grab some essence from what's his face and do part of the underground pass. That's no problem. But anyway. That is for later, however. It is 11:04. So I think I'm going to call it there. Get a ton of ivy berries from farm contracts. Too bad those blow on UIMs. Yeah, you got to carry all those seeds somewhere. Once I get a higher farming level, I'll be able to clear out. I've got a Celestris seed, and I don't remember what the other seed is. Dragon fruit or something, maybe, in the seed box that I need to get rid of. Seed box of ghost storage? Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to drop it though, because that's 250 points or whatever at Scythe Farm. So that's not getting dropped until I absolutely positively must have the storage. Not for a while. But anyway. Tomorrow is Friday. And that means some PDF. Should be a good bit of fun. And then, of course, for Saturday and Sunday, I think it'll be Skyrim, probably. Sounds likely. Monday, of course, will be Crab. And then I'm not sure what I'm doing next Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll see when we get there. Yeah. But anyway. Go start by dying while it's in a collection interface like Aspore. Any mod packs for Skyrim? Just running a few mods. What am I even running nowadays? It's nothing too complicated. Come on, play night, hurry up. I'm not running any major mods. It's just kind of some minor stuff. Where's that? Oh, that's Oblivion. Skyrim. Start mod organizer. Let's see, what am I even running? Sky UI, an achievement enabler, a plugin that fixes the Skyrim audio so I can run it through a separate audio device and control its volume separately from everything else because it's way too quiet normally. Mod that lets you smelt a lot of weapons and stuff down at a slight loss over what they cost to craft. A mod that makes the Dragon Priest masks aren't counted as armor. A mod that adds scaling to magic, which is pretty cool and useful. A mod that makes it so that magic spells that are cast over time, like Muffle or the armor ones, so they cost maximum mana instead of normal, and they last for until you cancel them. A spell that makes it, or not a spell, A mod that makes NPCs don't follow you through doors if they're talking to you when you go through a door. That is amazing. And then finally one that makes it so that illusion spells don't throw items around when you cast them. So really just a little quality of life and small gameplay tweaks. I'm not even running the unofficial patch. But anyway. Yeah, that's for the weekend. And next Thursday as well. Thursday is normally the Skyrim day, but this week I decided to do some sailing beta. Which is the same as the sailing alpha, just with a little tiny bit more content. Emphasis on little and tiny. Let's see, is anyone in the old follow list doing anything tonight? No, not at all. Actually, the only person, including even people I don't watch anymore, who's live, is Games Done Quick. And I should unfollow them now that I'm thinking about it. Ever since they went woke, it's like... So that means we're not going to raid anybody, I don't think. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for EDF shenaniganry. I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.